So once we're all UI UX here, right? So the presentation we will all go and stand with our colleagues. Is that okay? All right. So you can all.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow students. My name is Umafe Ochidera, and we are the students of UI/UX Department of Speedlink Training Institute. And we are here to give our project design on local sports. First of all, before we begin this project, we need to understand who a UI/UX designer is. And a UI/UX designer, UI stands for user interface, which is how the users see the website and how they interact, which includes images, layouts, and colors. Then for the UX, which stands for user interface, is user experience, is how UX, which stands for the user experience, is how well the website. So what we do is we design the website, and when we are designing the website, the things we take into is how the website looks, the images we use, colors, fonts, and layouts used in the project. So we are going to go into our project in proper.
Good day, everyone. My name is Larry Zobu. Our project is called Local Sport. So, what is Local Sport? Local Sport is an application designed to help users discover restaurants, caves, and hotels in the city. The main purpose of this our project is to help the user to find any hotel anywhere in the city. And this application was designed using Figma, just as my colleague said. So, local sport also help to solve one problem. The problem we solve is that people may find it hard to discover places in the city. But with local sport, you can just type in your place, the name of the place that you want, the name of the restaurant, and the local sport will give you the exact place that the restaurant is. And also, before we design this, or you can just select the category you want, and all the things under the category is going to come out. If it's a hotel, all the hotel is going to come out. So why we use Figma as a time? Remember I said we use Figma to design this project was because it helps us as a team to visualize and organize our design. It doesn't help us to practice responsive design and the components around it. So that's my part. I've explained the techniques, why we use Figma and how we decide. So I'm gonna hand over to my colleague guys going to continue.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to talk about more about the hand of responsible also prototyping. Because after completing the design and prototyping phase, you hand over to the developer. What do I mean by prototype? Prototype is an interactive representation of how to show the product how it's going to be in the real life phase, because we don't just give the as a UI and UX designer, we are like the skeletal body of any application. So the prototype is the phase where we hand over to development into for implementation. We also ensure responsiveness. What do I mean? So that the product works effectively. As I said, we are the skeletal body, so it's all being done down on our Figma app where we are going to look at pinpoint problems where we are that should ensure that we not have any barrier when it's being implemented. Then design involves continuous improvement. What do I mean? As days goes, we see that in technical space that we have to improve the app. So it's our job as a UI UX designer to also spotlight those improvements and also pinpoint them to the software developer. So that's just all I have to say.
So this is our project or the joint project in the full stack web development class. So we did the design and we handed over to them to develop it.
Thank you very much. Question? So we are open to questions.
But I was wondering, well done, like it's very nice. The I was saying something about 4.8 reviews, though it was not clear. But is that how you want it to be? People don't want this star, like you know how Jumia when they are rating a product or something, those stars, 5 stars and the rest. Because the star, I don't know if it was the star, it was not clear, but like if it was the star is just beside the 4.8, then the reviews or something like that. Is that how we want it to be? It's not better if like there's a star rating the service, then the reviews below something. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. Okay. This, as I said, based on the prototype, that what we just did here, just like a graphical presentation of what the developer needs to know while doing the development. To understand. So this is just basically what just like if just like the favorite or start button is supposed to be there. Like this is a local spot where you can find out some places in your city, your local city.
Is it phone number or is it star that is there. I'm not feeling it.
Okay, let me say it's when you use this, when you've gotten it, when you entered into the like this hotel now, you use this hotel, that's when you're allowed to rate. So this is the general reviews and ratings of people that have used it in the past. So this is not general, this is not all the details of the hotel.
Yeah, I understand. That's like, but I'm saying this time I was written.
Yes.
Like,
You
what if
mean
there's a hotel now that has 1.0? Will there still be a star
there'll
beside?
be a star, but maybe it will be thick. It won't be thick.
Oh, okay, your own is by thickness. That is
Yes.
how.
Yes.
Okay, that is the mobile.
Yeah, this is the mobile. This is the this is the mobile view. How it's going to appear on the mobile phone. Why while scrolling, you can easily do it because as a UI and UX designer, you also need to consider that so many persons may not just have access to your PC screen. That's why we also make provision to design the interface of a mobile phone. And not only that, we also have tablet screen, which this is it. This is the tablet screen like a mini laptop where you can also do your selection. Why this is the PC screen. So it's our job as a UI and UX designer to make all this available to the developers.
Yes, yes. It's not I want people more, but it's not better for that mobile. It's not better that you have like a hotel space whereby how it is now. There's like a more button. So because I'm seeing hotel there, restaurant. What if you have a long list of hotels and all that? I don't know. That's what I saw on the mobile. So you just have like
So we still have the search button where you can search
Yeah. See the search bar in case the ones you're looking for is not being listed. You can just search for places and other stuff because while using your phone, not everything will be there now. So that's why the search bar is there.
and this here is the category. In case you don't want hotels, you want restaurants, you want cafes, so you can just click on the category. And there's also a search bar inside the category there for you to find what you want.
Okay. Good job to your team. All right. And like I said initially, we are not here to murder anyone. However, I think there are some improvements that could be done. On your home page, scroll up a bit. No, that's screen.
Mobile screen.
Yeah, the mobile screen.
Okay.
So I don't know, but I feel like either your background can be better or your text can be better. Because I'm struggling to read. There is no contrast between. I had to squint my eyes before I can read. Explore the best places in your city. Even the right up downwards. So it's either I think you may want to make your background a little bit darker while the text is sharper or lighter so that there is contrast. People can easily read up the write up. Then that sidebar, the sidebar to the top right, I want to assume when you click on it, it gives you other options. So scroll up a little bit. No, no, scroll up. So why do you have this category here? Zoom in, zoom in. Yeah, why do you have
The sidebar there can be the options are there can be your profile and your reviews and places you visited previously. Not about the sidebar there is not about the categories here.
Log in and log out.
Yes.
okay? So I'm thinking. I mean, your tutor is here. You can also chip in a thing or two. But sorry, before you come, please, can you close the door? Like, yeah, thank you. So, if this, I don't think these ones here should be too ambiguous. It should be like a side note beside the hotels or something, like there should be categories, because this is looking like it's another sub menu or something. Yes, please.
Sidebar and something act as a sandwich button because it's a mobile phone. You cannot use a phone laptop.
Which this guy should go there.
Yes, so instead of the mobile laptop, the desktop phone now, on the mobile phone, usually websites usually have sandwich button. When you click, you see the categories of the phone, right?
Exactly.
That does the filters. This button say I'm not related to the sandwich.
So are you saying if I click on the sandwich bar, it opens? This is what it's going to open.
The sandwich bar takes you to different pages. This one filters the content, this one page.
So the filter shouldn't be this big. It shouldn't be this, because it's looking as if I click on this button now, it takes me to another page or something, whereby this is supposed to be just a filter. I don't know if you get my point. Yeah, it's looking to, it's as if it's a button I need to click on that takes me somewhere else. Yeah, Mr. Ayo, I don't know if
What she was supposed to say is what they were trying to say. Those are not buttons, they are filters.
yeah,
So
they are
they need to be
filters.
on the page, not on the menu, to filter the content.
No,
But you are right about them needing to be smaller.
yeah, yes, that's my point. So scroll up a little bit. Okay. Can you zoom out? Like zoom in rather.
On the mobile one.
On the mobile, still on the mobile. Okay, so just keep going. So for this, the reviews where you have the 4.6, I want to believe, because I didn't hear you mention it. I want to believe that if it goes lower, maybe you have 1.0, there should be a color code or something.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Getting a sticker. Doesn't get completely filled.
Doesn't get completely filled.
Yes. For next time review. That is how I think of most sites that are the best reviews, where if the star is like 5 point, very filled up, 5.0, the star is completely filled. If it's like 2.5, it's half filled.
And the ones I know you have 5 stars.
There are some sites use 5 stars, some use only one,
just one, and then
vary the filling of the stars.
That works. Scroll up. So, full stack they are doing, they're presenting today, right? And this is their work too. So, can't we? I want to see this, how this has gone. Like, then who's doing next? Data analytics.
But I wanted to add on one more thing. The last speaker mentioned something about how design is please, are you listening? Okay. So you mentioned something about the design is a recurring process, like it never ends, you keep going back to improve on what you guys have done so far.
Yes, sir.
So I want to maybe hear 1 or 2 features that you think could be added to. So this is like the MVP, the first version. So for future versions, when you guys have gone back to this to maybe review it and improve on it, what features do you think you can add to it in the future to make it better as a designer or from a design POV? Okay.
One feature is since guys have been saying our star, complaining our star, maybe in the future version, we can now do this method that I think everybody knows. A 5 star. So if the rating is I will not be color in this one, this one, and this one. Maybe it's just a check on the mobile screen.
Okay. Any more input on that question?
Basically, as day goes by, the local sports might decide to advance their logo or something. So
Yeah.
their logo,
The logos, okay.
their logos. So it's still also our job to also do our research on how to modify what is, should I say, trend or what is present, to work on that.
Okay.
And also about the fonts, to make the fonts readable for users.
More with the contrast.
Yes, yeah, contrast.
Alright.
So, I want to, based on your response to his comment, I want to put in something. Sorry. It's good to be unique. Don't take my question out of context. It's good that you're unique. It's just that, like, I don't know how you're differentiating. So, a user might not know. So, maybe you can explain, like, this what guests say, that tab 4.8 star. Maybe you can, I don't know how you fit it in at the beginning. So they are sure of what this star signifies. Maybe when the star is empty, you know that okay, this hotel has 0 ratings. Like there's no.
No, when you visit the hotel, you're going to see more details about it. Just like when you're shopping online and you see a product and you click into the product, if you scroll down, you see reviews about the product and what people that have bought the product are saying. So that's how it is. We cannot just put everything on the home page there. It's going to be confusing for you.
I think it shows the place detail page that you're talking about, but you guys spelled through it. So you can show it again. Okay, this is it.
Very
Those stars are small cards, let's say like recognize.
yeah.
So using 5 stars is too much. So the star being there is to show you that it's rating. I don't think necessarily has to be full or empty. The rating is a number. The star is just to show you that it's a rating. Because when I visited websites like Airbnb, that's why I did that mental design. So you can just look at it as a rating and the numbers.
You're saying the same thing. I said it's good to be unique. Right, so I said, like, the design you used, she explained that, I think one of you explained that the dimmer it gets, the lower rating that hotel had. So as a user, I might not know that that's what it signifies. That's why I said I don't know if there's a place at the top can explain so that user will be aware.
That's why I
that
said
exactly then she
for
answered
you
my
to
question.
visit.
So I didn't raise the fact that your design is like I didn't think that.
But is there like a over 5 or something?
Yes, there is.
Is there? I didn't say.
The number next to the side.
I'm just saying 4.8. 4.8 is it over 5? Is it over 10?
See it here.
Where is it?
It's over 5.
I can't. But you're not telling me. Not telling me now.
No,
Can you-
the highest star there is 5.
The highest
Can
is
you work on
5.
your color contrast? It's very,
Yeah, because it's
very, very difficult.
It's from the screen.
It's from the screen.
Yes.
Okay,
Like
so
this is.
that aside, I think your tutor was mentioning something, and I wanted to also ask, how do you manage change management? Because I heard people say, oh, it's a concurrent work. I mean, it's a work in progress and all. Then there are features. So how do you manage change? When the client comes to say, there is a change, we need, okay, no, our color is no more yellow, we need it to be blue. What's the process? How do you manage that entire I mean, change. It could be anything. Change. Yeah.
Why developing projects? I think we have a product manager that will handle this thing for us and do us.
So did you have one for this? Do you have a document for this?
But still,
Yeah, there was a document for it. The first one that you guys.
yeah, there was a document.
Can I see?
See the document here.
There was a document.
So here's why I'm asking, because ideally even your tutor knows before any change is done, he's not the one that implements the change as the designer. It has to come from the person managing that particular product. So remember, as a designer, you don't do what is in your head. It's whatever is as desired by the PM, who must have discussed with the client. Always remember that, so that the client is not telling you he wants green. You, because blue is your best color, you are using blue. You will be the one to pay yourself at the end of the day. You know, so please always ensure before you do any design, there should be a document.
Sorry, sir, your question was a bit logical. That's why we couldn't figure it out.
Now,
Before it was being done, we had the documents where we had the core features, which we showed earlier. That
each
is
of the users there.
for both. See the project structure.
Who did this? Was it the, you said the PM? Who is the PM? The person in the full stack team are being your own team?
It was in our team.
Your team?
Yes.
Okay.
No, the full stack team.
No, it was
The full stack
okay, the
team.
full stack team.
Okay. So I don't know, is there any other question so that we can? And yeah, I thought to mention, because we also mentioned appearance. Judging, it's, yes, I know we said we can't do midterm this thing, but a presentation is a presentation. And if I'm to score all of you, I'll give you just one in appearance, because it's just it's not even up to a half of you that are in corporate ways. A presentation is a presentation, right? And then yeah, teamwork. Okay. Well, you can go ahead, sir.
So I think a lot have been said. So pay attention to the changes you need to make. Mostly, for me personally, it's with your contrast. You barely see the whole design through without seeing a lot of yellows in your face. So please, let's try to make that adjustment and see what we can do to improve with what we have been told. I think that's all from here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can go through the door.
on my shirt. Okay. We'll try to do like. We'll try to do. I don't know. Can I call him on the phone? Call him on the phone.
Everyone should come to
Except you want
Okay,
to
there it
stand.
is. Where's Mr. Kennedy?
Are these all group one?
We're missing a person, but yes.
Kennedy, is it good?
Yes. Yeah, that.
Are these all group? These are all your
No,
members.
take your own.
Group 3 should come inside to sit in. Group 3. No. Data analysis has 6 groups. 6 groups. Group 3, please. Why your team member? Sit. Is this all? Group 3 data analytics. Group 3 data analytics. Are you in data analytics? Okay, Harris, you can.
Go ahead. Alright, so you're welcome. This is data analytics, right?
Yes, sir.
You've already had a preview of what you're expected to do and what you'll be expecting from us. So we have an extended time for you, considering you have 6 groups. So statutorily, if you have 25 minutes of presentation, 10 minutes of presentation time, but however, considering the number, you're going to have 5 minutes each. And so group one, right? You have the overview of the entire project.
Yes.
So you're going to take the first 10 minutes. So understand you have 35 minutes. So you're going to take the first 10 minutes, introducing the project in general, and then talking about your contribution, right,
Yes.
to the project. And then every other group 2, group 3 down to group 6 will take 5 minutes of presentation time, making it a total of 35 minutes for your entire team. So your time starts now. Please ensure to keep to time.
All right. Good morning, my panel of judges, my teammates, and everybody present. We are Group 1. And as part of our midterm assessment stroke capstone project, we were tasked with performing a market revenue analysis, and performance analysis on the Airbnb CR2 data set. And our objective was simple. We just wanted to find out, we wanted to analyze the market and determine which neighborhoods contribute the most to the revenue and where the money flows in the data, according to the data, sorry, thank you. So, to provide some context to what it is, to give you a general overview of everything, we worked on 3 specific data sets. We looked at the listings that were provided that are part of the data. We looked at the reviews that were left and the prices of those listings as they change over time. Because the data set spans over a period of, I think, 10 years. So, the problem is we sought to, the master problem of the analysis was simple. We wanted to optimize the market positioning, maximize host revenue, and improve guest satisfaction while maintaining compliance with the laws of the region. Because the market of Seattle is not specifically a whole, it is a bunch of micro markets that contributes to the entirety of everything. So we had to approach it as such. So we used SQL to analyze the data that we were given so we could draw reasonable conclusion, data-backed conclusion based on the data that we analyzed. That was our main aim. My team specifically handled finance, but we were asked to approach it from different perspectives. We were grouped into 6 different groups to take. Some took reviews and customer satisfaction. Others took hosts and their contributions. Then reviewers and different topics. So from just to give a general analysis of what to expect, we looked through around 3,354 registered booths, 6,442 listings, 88 neighborhoods. There were about 481,000 reviews left, and 82.5% of the listings available on the data set were compliant. So moving on. And this is just our team members. So now, for an overview of our contribution to the project, ours was simple. We were asked to analyze the financial capacity or the position of the listings that are part of the data sets. And how we chose to approach it was to answer 5 very specific questions, which were: what neighborhood earns the most revenue? How does average price vary per neighborhood? How much revenue comes from listings priced above $700? And whether average price listings actually outperform the rest? And what are the most expensive listings? By answering these questions, we were able to come to a conclusion on of the nature of the financial capacity of the market. So I'll hand over to the next speaker so that he can explain more on that.
Like my colleague stated, looking at our presentation here, we are going to look at the top earning neighborhood. So as you can see, the top earning neighborhood is Belltown, and it's taking the largest share of the pie with 18 million, followed by Broadway, South Lake Union, and Minor Friendly, showing that these locations now is not just about where they are listed, but how well they are also performing. So looking at the pricing landscape, taking through all the data that we put together, the industrial district, Windmill, Lawhurst, Piney Ridge, and View Ridge took the larger portion of the higher average, while on the lower side, we have the Review, Bitterleaf, Pinehurst, and Northern College Park with Crown Hill, showing that if you want listings that will give you more profit, you should go along with these ones, while these ones are less likely to generate profit for you. So now, going to premium and everyday listings. From what we can see here, premium listings that were under $700, they don't really fall under the premium listing because they are not that expensive. But from our slide here, we can see that they are taking 1% of the market share, which means that they are not luxury goods doesn't mean that they can be profitable. So, and also, as you can see, the premium rooms, the ones above $700, their total finance output was 39.6 million, showing that even though they're expensive, they won't still be the heavy hitters. So now, looking at the pricing above the local baseline, the total revenue is, you can see that 120 million is equal to the 58% of the, that's it.
Alright. We actually look at the pricing above the local baseline. So our objective here was to compare the listing with the average price to know which one is the local and which one generates the premium and which one does not. And what we did was in our analysis, we actually came out with the high price and also the low price. The high price generated $120.9 million, while the low price here generated $89.9 million. When you look at it, see that the high price actually generated 58% of the listing revenue, while the low price generated 42% of the listing revenue. Okay, we also move on to look at the 10 most expensive listing. Here, our aim was to check the 10 most expensive listing in Airbnb listing projects. And the listing, the 10 most listing price ranges from $2,251 to $9,000, which simply means that if you look at it very well, Finney Ridge actually generated the highest price.
All right, let's put our hands together. Do you still have anything to say?
Can you just
You have
like a couple more minutes to just finalize what you were saying? I want to get to if they can skip to the end.
Okay, so to wrap it up, we have some recommendations based on the analysis that we did. It's okay like this, okay, thank you. So our recommendations are as such: to prioritize volume and occupancy over extreme margins, because what we noticed is that the listings that were on the database, the ones that are adequately priced, they tended to do better than the rest, while the ones that were highly priced, they had little to no activity on them. And if you want, another recommendation we have is that to localize pricing, because there's an average that could be found around the neighborhood. There's a mean price, and listings that exceed or go below that don't always perform as well. So you should always keep that in mind. But if you want to go ahead and charge premium prices, the prices should be justifiable. You should incentivize your customers so that they would be more willing to book your premium properties. And that is all from us.
Okay, questions.
I need to use the mic. Okay. Thank you very much. I was impressed. I was going to ask two questions. You answered one in the course of your summary. But I'm assuming that I don't know this data set.
Okay.
Because it's not everybody that is here that worked on it with you.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't hear, but you didn't give a summary of what the data set is. People hearing listing, they don't know what listing is. It's an Airbnb data set. Can you explain what posts mean, what listing mean?
Okay.
Those are the two things I didn't really get from you. I'm assuming I don't understand the data set in all.
Right.
But you did
All
very
right.
well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, should I answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, sorry, I did not include keywords in my presentation, but the databases that we looked at, there were 3 of them: the listings, pricing, and review tables. The listings table contained all the properties that are listed in the database. They range from shops, houses, hotels, different things, all kinds of, as long as it concerns real estate, that's the listing table. The pricing table contains the prices, because prices do change over time, because they fluctuate based on different factors. So there's a table that was made to track that change. That is the pricing table. Then the reviews table collects all the different reviews for every single listing and compiles it to one specific file. That was what we used to perform our analysis using SQL.
Okay. So yeah, just a follow up from her question. Yeah, you have an issue, you didn't mention or define some keywords like you said.
Yeah.
But however, your data was gotten, you said Airbnb.
Yes.
But you didn't say how you got the data, what tools you used in processing the data to your technical scope to get the results. So you're kind of presenting like we are Airbnb
I
managers or
understand,
something.
and I apologize. when we were first informed about the presentation, we were under a smaller time scope. We had to cut out a lot of content. That's why, but this is, we couldn't add all of that last minute. It wasn't possible. I did try. This is all I could come up with. So I was expecting it to just be like to give you, at least give you an idea of it. But I could as well add some of that if you.
Okay. And I just need a bit of clarification. Then, based on the recommendations you gave, I want to be clarified on the objective again at the beginning.
The objective?
What was like the objective of the whole? You mentioned the objective.
Yes.
And it skipped my mind, so I need you to tell me what the objective is. What you mentioned earlier.
To analyze the data and find out the financial position of the listings and how the money flows and the neighborhoods that generate the most revenue. That was what we're supposed to do. That's what we wanted to do rather. Sorry, let me just add one last thing before we go. The data was gotten, it's open source data actually. The data is open source. It was published online. You can easily get it online. So we just use open source data and use SQL to process and analyze it. That was all. Those are the only tools we use: open source data and SQL.
All right. Good job to your team. And I like that people were able to put into context some of the figures, what they mean. So you hear things like market share, capital. I liked it when I heard some of those words. It means that you know what your data entails, right? I heard things like top 5, these are the top 5, you know. Those words actually, tells whoever is listening that, oh, okay, these people are actually data analysts. They know what they are doing. All right. So, other than that, I think the team did a good job. Even though I have some altercations against some of you that are not corporate wares. Yeah, it's a presentation is a presentation, whether it's midterm, whether it's a final presentation, because this thing is going live. We're streaming live, and so as part of what our culture is, other than just giving you the knowledge, you should be able to present yourself wherever you find yourself as well. All right, so please, you need to take note of that. All right. I think I'm done.
Any other questions from? Okay, so that'll be all. Thank you so much for your efforts, and see you in the next presentation. Okay, so group 2, right?
Alright. So please call group 4 to come in so they take their seats.
Alright, so you're welcome. So I believe this is Alright, so group 2, you're welcome. I believe it's an extension of what Group 1 has done.
Yeah.
So you have just 5 minutes to run us through what you've done, and then okay. Okay, so you have 8 minutes to run through what you've done, and we'll be up with the questions. And your times are now.
Okay, good day, esteemed panelists. My name is Victory, and with me here, a team of data analysts. And we're saddled with the responsibility of looking at Seattle Airbnb market optimization. The main problem which the group one has already elaborated on. Our main focus here is on room type dynamics and portfolio strategy. Now, our scope of analysis is about 6,442 listings, 3,354 hosts, 88 neighborhoods, 1 city, which is Seattle, and 4 room type segments. Now, from the room type dynamics and portfolio strategy, our core focus is looking at what room type is actually performing best and how mega hosts are managing their properties, which is their portfolio. Now, just like Peter Drucker will always say, what gets measured actually gets managed. So now, from our analysis so far, we discovered a pattern with room types, dynamics, and the pricing and stay lengths. So now, I will leave you with this question before I hand over to one of my data analysts here. If you are given an opportunity to list out more rooms, what I mean listing, in simple terms, what Fanta and Coke is to Coca-Cola, that is what listing is to Seattle Airbnb. That is, you are listing out rooms for persons to book on a short term, not on long term. So now, I'll leave you with this question. If you are given an opportunity to list more rooms in Airbnb, are you going to go for just listing them or listing on what is already working and with the right strategy? So I'll hand over to Rejoice to walk you through the market at a glance.
Okay, so from our Airbnb analysis, we're able to generate five business insights, which I'll be sharing. So if we are looking at the market at a glance, we can see that entire home and apartment dominates the entire market. It's having 83.62% listings and 93.21% revenue. Whereas even if private room has a large portion of listings, they are still not able to generate as much revenue as entire home at listings. And this shows us that guests are willing to pay more for their space and privacy, which entire home and apartment provides. If you look at the second side that shows the geographic pattern, you can see that Broadway and Belltown has a higher concentration of listings, has a higher concentration of entire home and apartment listing counts. Even if University District generates its 1 unit of private room count, they are not still as much as Broadway and Belltown, and this shows us that entire home and apartment dominates the market. If you look at the third slide, we are looking at the listing engagements. Listing engagement shows us that entire home and apartment, their last review was 868 days away, while shared room and apartment had 1,119 days. And this demonstrates that people give more reviews for entire home and apartment because that is what they prefer, because they offer privacy and space, which shared room does not offer. I'll hand over to my colleague to give us more insights on the portfolio structure.
Okay, moving over, we see on this slide, we see how the Airbnb market generates more revenue and how it specializes in their business. Here we see 2 different major ways, the volume models and the premium models. This slide tells us that Blue Ground listed 340 listings with over 191.2 average price, while other listings Joanne, Vince, Melissa, and Vakasa listed little with higher price still. Here we notice that the mode of operation doesn't really matter. So you can list more and still make profit, or you can still list less and still make profit, depending on how you choose to operate your business. Moving over to the next slide, we still see how Airbnb still managed to optimize revenue. On this slide, we are able to see that short stays have more revenues. Short and medium stays generated more revenues compared to longer stays. Guests prefer short stays, although Airbnb market can still reduce price to make guests stay more, thereby giving them discounts, which can also still generate more revenue to the market. I will hand over to my next colleague to give us more insight on it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, from what all my colleagues have said so far, I'm going to give you an overall insight on the room type dynamics, which room type generates to perform the best. Entire home and apartment carries the business. What this means is that entire home and apartment has the core revenue compared to every other room types in the property. It generates majority of the properties. It generates majority of the revenue in the property with an indexing number, with an over-indexing revenue of over 10%. And how host manages its portfolio. Most mega hosts concentrate their portfolio on high-performing entire home property. What this means is that host actually focuses on high performing properties while adjusting price for the length stay, which is either short, long, and medium. So they adjust price on either short, long, and medium where necessary. Thank you. I'm going to have my next colleague to give you the recommendations.
Okay. It is said that whatever is working should be rewarded by more work. Entire home and apartment are sure that it has the capacity to do better. So we want the entire house to prioritize entire home and apartment. In as much as they are prioritizing the entire home and apartment, we should also maintain competitive moderate prices on private room and the smaller listing apartments. Okay, we should also focus on short and medium stay because these are the engine room of our listing. They tend to generate more revenue for us than long stay. Also, we should try to treat private room as a secondary niche instead of it being a focus of our portfolio. Hence, the best performing portfolio strategy is to build scale around the entire home, since it is the bedrock of our listings, while using pricing and stay length optimization to maximize revenue. At this point, I'll call back my team lead. Thank you.
Okay, in conclusion, before I hand it over, I asked the question, which one would you prefer? To list out more or to list out what is actually working with a good strategy? Now, in conclusion of all our findings, we found out that entire home and apartment are the stronger performing room type, and mega hosts should capitalize on this by scaling entire host portfolio using competitive pricing and targeting short to medium stay where revenue potential is high. Now, someone will always say success is not about managing more property, it's not about how much you are listing, it's how well you are listing and how you are managing the right property strategically. Now, before I put to a close, you may wonder, how do we arrive at this point? We use tools. As data analysts, we use SQL, Excel, and equally, this is our PowerPoint slide with a little bit of AI. Thank you.
Okay, questions?
So you're the other one.
Okay, so That was neat. That was pretty neat. I think the only constraint is you exceeded your time by margins of 2 minutes. That's nice job. Well put.
Thank you, sir.
I want to say that I am impressed. I'm impressed because, fortunately, sorry to say, they are my students. And so, looking at what they did the last time and looking at what they have presented now, I'm really impressed. Good job. Right. But there are some key takeaways that you must do. So when you were talking about recommendation, you were saying you're recommending that we do this. You're not the owners of the listings. So you tell them, the owners, we recommend that owners of the listings, they do X, Y, Z. Then your team lead mentioned AI. I hope you didn't use AI to do the work. If the slides or some.
Yes, I think the slide layout.
Please, you need to put in context so that your viewers, people who are listening, they are able to job. Alright. I also like that you were able to. I think there was a slide where you said 2 ways to win. So you gave people opportunity to choose their own preference as to which of the options that they need. So yeah, in totality, I think it's a good one from the team. Then again, I'll not forget to mention your the presentation, and you need to dress corporately, right? Yes, 95% of you dress corporately. So there's one black sheep amongst so yeah, good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can use this to example. So group 3. So help us for group 3. You can go out. And group 4 can go this way.
Not here. It's downstairs.
All right, so we're all welcome. This is group 3.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome. So we've already had an experience from group 1 and group 2. And so I also believe this is an extension of what group 1 and group 2 has done. So you have 8 minutes to give us a run through on what you've done, and your time starts now.
Thank you so much. Standing on the already existing protocol, I am Ati Juliana. This is group 3. The task before us was the task before group 3 was great guest sentiment and experience. But before I continue, I would like to introduce my team members. I have Miss Mercy, Miss Hope, Ms. Edidion, and Mr. Michael. The group examined 5 key queries from the database, focusing on productivity, database complaints, comfort, and guest host mentions review length. So the key word here is comfort. Comfort is what guests talked about most. You see that from our slide, out of 481,350 reviews, about 95,000 reviews, 95,000 plus reviews mention comfortable, which means the somewhat there is that comfort, which includes the beddings, cleanliness, the camp space, is one thing guests notice. What was the strategy? What hosts should do is, one, to prioritize comfort. Invest in quality mattresses, pillows, beddings, and cozy sitting areas. Two, keep it spotless. Regular cleaning, timely maintenance, and all essential amenities. The third point there is to act on feedback. Feedback is very important for every growth of any business. So to move on, I'll hand over the slide to the next I'll hand over to my colleague, Mercy.
Okay, good day everyone. So this is talking about the second query where we're supposed to find the list, every listing that had the share of happy guests. So the key words there were to find great, good, and comfortable. So you can see that good, great, and comfortable, they are positive signals. So saying that this says that, okay, generally they had a good positive review of each of the listings in the Airbnb for the guests that in Airbnb. So it's here, it says that what the host should do, they should maintain the quality. That says that they should keep the service. Though the reviews that were good, they should make it possible for them to be great and also to be comfortable. And also they should learn and lift. Learn from what made the guests to say that each listing was comfortable, and also help them to improve the great and the good ones. And also they should ask for reviews, basically the same thing. That's to ask the guests get from the reviews of the ones that were comfortable to improve the ones that are great and good. So generally the guests loved the Airbnbs. So now this is third query. Said here the complaints are rare but they are worth hunting down. So here we're to tag each review that had dirty, noisy, and rude. And from what we can see, we had about 4,305 complaints. That's about 0.9% in all the reviews. So that's it, that 4,900 reviews will mention the words dirty, noisy, and rude. So it's saying that here, about 4,000 out of 305 out of 481,000 reviews. That's a good review generally, but it's also worth hunting down. I mean, you should always attain to achieve perfection. So what the host should do, they should raise their cleaning standards. For the reviews that were flagged dirty, they can increase their cleaning procedures and cleaning maintenance, like let me say twice a day instead of if they're running on once. If they're running on twice, they can increase it to try. They just have routine, regular quality checks through their rooms. Also, for the ones that are noisy, they should, let me say, when the guests are entering, they should give them the lay down rule that, okay, you're not supposed to do this particular kind of thing. But let me say, they can have like a noise coffee by 10 in order to help other guests sleep and also reduce the complaints that are noisy. And for the rude complaints, they should train their staff, monitor regularly, monitor them or monitor how their interactions with the guests, and also track the complaint trends, and whatever complaints that have been made, they should follow it up regularly so that these complaints are here to reduce, and also to make, they'll have the general positive review. Thank you. I'll hand over to you.
So the next slide is to totally clear us out on if the host's behavior actually affects the sentimental experience of the guests throughout their stay in the Airbnb. So if we look at this analysis, we see something mesmerizing. We see that 24% of the comments in the reviews table mention the word host. Like when I say 24%, in actual number of people, it is 115,000 plus reviewers mentioned host. So we can see that hosts were constantly mentioned in the comments of the guests. And we see that from this 115,000 plus people, 71,000 plus people gave a favorable comment towards the host.
So what do we derive from this analysis? Looking at this analysis, we could derive something that it is true that the host behavior over period of the stay of the guest actually affects the experience, the sentimental experience of their guest. You see comments like the host was actually responsive. You see comments like the host hospitality knows no bound. Those are comments that were given by the guests. So it means that positive reviews from these guests actually affect from the positive return from the host actually strengthens and significantly influences the sentimental experience of our guests throughout their stay. So I and my team came up with some principles. We call it the Arut CP.
Sorry.
Some principles.
You have just 1 minute left.
Okay. So what the Airbnb should do is reward great guests, train the rest, and also promote top hosts. Thank you.
Okay, in conclusion, sorry. 5 findings, 1 clear message. Comfort wins. From all what we have said, the summary is that complaints are rare. Host matters. Happiness is measurable. Price equals feedback. Guests reward comfort and great hosts and punish dirt and noise. Data, not God's feel, shows hosts exactly where to invest. The key takeaway here is that use the data, not guesswork, to decide where to invest. Thank you.
Sorry, please go back to that last slide. There's something you said there. The last one. The next one, last one. You said price equals to feedback.
It's not equal to.
It's not equal to price or
She said price equals feedback.
I'm sorry. Feedback.
Yeah.
Price or feedback.
Yeah. So in I think it's maybe as well others ask questions, the other questions will come up. Yeah.
Can you go to the next slide? I think that's the second to the last, the one where you have your tools, SQL, and
The queries behind the story.
Okay, so I was just reading your query to just understand what it was. So that's pretty much. So you use SQL plus data quality defense. Is that it?
What's that?
At the top?
That's just
That's it.
Yeah.
So you only use SQL for your data analysis?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't do any data visualization because you had those on your slides. So
like, you know, we use, like when we're creating that webinar, so we just use that kind of method to create the slide and also.
Okay, that's it. Any
Yes. It's not really a question, but I just have a comment. Same thing I said for group 1. Me, I understand the data set. I don't want to rate them from my own view. My point is, if you're coming up to talk about the data set, it has 3 tables, right?
Yeah.
Your focus was on the reviews table.
Yeah.
Did you establish that? Maybe because I'm the one that did not hear.
Established things.
Like you were talking about the reviews table, or you were focusing on the reviews for the Airbnb data set.
We established.
That's
from the
reviews
table.
I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Did you tell your the guests and the panelists that your focus was on the reviews. We are talking about the reviews that we are looking to different listings. So they will know that that's what the review. You said guest sentiment.
Yes, an experience.
I heard that.
Yes.
But I'm saying that I understand the data set, but I don't know if
You know, when he asked us to start, he said he believes we are is a continuation.
Sure.
So I said we are standing on the existing, what has been.
Okay.
So we didn't need to go back again to talk about the.
So it's clear.
So we expunged those other things.
That was.
I think please, do you have questions for your colleague?
Alright, I think that will be all in the absence of any other questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Group 6 is still outside, right? Yeah. Okay, so group 4, your next. Group 5, please move to 6. Let's call group 6. Okay, all right. Group 4, right?
Yes.
So we've been through 3 rounds already, and we know you are an extension of the first group, group 1.
Yeah.
So you're going to tell us what you did and how you did it, the results you got, and everything that. Yeah, and you already know you have just 8 minutes, right? So ensure to manage your time properly, and your time starts now.
Standing on the existing protocol, my team and I are here to talk about the theater Airbnb, time series, and demand trend. Firstly, we know that theater is one of the fastest growing short rental market in the United States of America. And what we did was to analyze when the demand peaks, how the market grows, and which listing consistently outperforms the others. We also looked at why most of these hosts have problems, or listing has problems. It is based on using an intuition, not having a proper analysis, just assuming to manage your pricing and listening. Our aim is focused on the demand calendar, identify the most consistent popular listing, and pinpoint the number where premium demand is real and sustained. So I'll hand this over to the mic over to my colleague.
Okay, just like what my leader has said, we are using time series and demand in relation to review to know how this Airbnb used to generate maximum revenue. So this is the listings review in the last quarter of 2022. Meanwhile, we're using the review to know as a benchmark of which to determine the demand. And also, you may also ask the reviews, how do you know if it's positive or negative? I want to draw your attention to the last group, group 3, who talk about their sentiment. So of which over 90% of the reviews are positive. Please assume that the number of reviews that we get here is positive based on their statistics in their report. So as you can see here, in the last quarter of 2022, October has the highest guest activity, meaning that the demand in October is at its high, is at its peak. So what do we do is to increase the prices of October to maximize the revenue, to take advantage of the revenue. While those in the areas in other months, that is November, December, you can reduce the price for you to attract more guests into the Airbnb. Now this is the total review over the years. If you can see, from 2010 there was no 2010 to 2012 there was no increment in the reviews or demand, as you can see. But there was a steady increment from 2013, and it's increasing steadily up to the ending of 2019. And we all know what happened with that time because of the COVID year. Demand started dropping down. It dropped to its lowest at 2020. At the end of 2020, it started picking up to 2023. Okay, this is the reviews for the month of the year. If you observe, from June, July, August have the highest number of reviews, which means it can also relate to the fact that there's higher demand. And that's because in that 3-month period, there's always activities, festivals, and conventions going on, which attract a lot of customers who are traveling all around the country to come in and also to stay. Well, if you notice, from going down towards the end of the year and beginning of the year, the reviews are at its lowest, which also means the demand is at its lowest. So what we can do to maximize revenue with this, we can increase the prices from June to August, where we can also try to reduce the prices for this month from November, December, January, February, March, so that we can increase the number of persons coming to stay in the Airbnb. I'll give you my 2 minutes next.
Okay, for this analysis, I found 2 discoveries, which listings is genuinely top performers and which neighborhood commands both Airbnb and both the price and most demand. So for this one, I flagged any listings with reviews per month that is more than double the average in the platform. So what we're looking here is that 1,342 Airbnb listings were analyzed with average performance of 6.37, but there are top performers who met 16.83, and that is almost 3 times the average, which means that most listings are clustered in the same performance level, while small amount or small handful are massively outperforming, which are the elite tiers. The so what here is that success isn't evenly spread. It's concentrated in specific listings, which means it is replicable and can be studied or copied. The now what now is to bench the top listings, replicate what they are doing differently. Is it the pricing, the amenities, or the response time? You should use it as blueprints to lift the underperformance. For this one now, I looked at.
Sorry, you have just 2 minutes more, so you should be.
Okay. So yeah, is the neighborhoods, and I was looking for neighborhoods with high price and high demand. So what caught my eye was this industrial district, one of the highest price in the table here, with $225, but only 210 reviews. While Belton, on the other hand, is one of the least expensive price, that is 257, with the most reviews of 71,102. It shows that neighborhood with the highest price is not the neighborhood with the highest guest activities. So what they are trying to say is that for industrial district to be charging the more, that they are charging like a premium price market, but the demand is relatively low. For why Belton on the other hand attracts the most guests, suggesting that price and location appeal to a wider range of travelers. The now what now is that we benchmark Belton. We bench Belton and ask them and other people to understand what drives their guest activities from them, that what is industrial district doing because their price is over. Is it that their price is affecting them? They do so. That's what.
Please summarize. Your time is up.
All right, so now we've seen the numbers, we've seen the rises, the crash, the peak, and all that. But now, what does this mean for a host that is looking to make money in Seattle? And we all know data without action is just noise. So we'll cut through the noise with data-backed strategy that will help give our hosts edge over the competitors. And first on the list says we price before the peak, not during it. Our data, looking through our data, we've seen that the Seattle Airbnb market experienced growth continuously over the years, with peak being around June to August. And now what most hosts do is that they increase their prices during the peak. But what our hosts should do is that they increase their prices before the peak. Now, when we do this, now we'll be able to capture premium prices. Then later on, let's say at the end of the quarter, we reduce our prices to maintain occupancy. And the result of that is that we'll be able to maintain occupancy throughout the shoulder season and increase annual revenue by leading the market, not following it. And second on the list says benchmark against top performers. We've been able to identify the top leading performance listings in each neighborhood, hosts that set the benchmark across pricing, guest satisfaction, and everything. So now what do we do with this knowledge? We look for the top 3 performers in our neighborhood and we compare with them because they are doing better than us. There's something they are doing that our hosts are not doing. There's something they know that our hosts do not know. So we compare their prices, their photos, down to their customer service and response time to find what that gap is, and we fill up that gap over a period of time. And last says location-driven revenue potential. Means that we should identify high demand locations, increase prices where necessary, and monitor the market trend. The Seattle short-term rental market is competitive, regulated, and seasonal, but it also brings a lot of potentials and possibilities. And our strategy will help our hosts get an edge over their competitors. So the data is clear, the path is proven, and now it's time to execute. Thank you.
Okay, so first, I think I'll go first. I had an observation, and it's not only peculiar to your group, so I'm just going to put it out there so every other person will just have it as part of their adjustments to make. So when you talk about what you've done, most persons I've heard say carrying out this assessment or you do not define what assessments you're carrying out. Yes, you can see the header there, like listings with what ratings, but you owe it to your audience to tell them this is an analysis we carried out on listings with the comments bad. This is how it was done, and this is the result. Moves your presentation from looking like a business boardroom pitch. Yes, I know as data analysis to give insights on the data you have. But aside that being a data analyst, you're also doing your project presentation. And so as panelists, we hope to hear some of the ways by which your methodology, how did you achieve what you achieved? So just saying I carried out this research or I did this or this analysis without telling us what the analysis is, how you got your answer, I think it leaves the mind wondering exactly where the data is coming from and where it's going. I know it's a collective, you're presenting as an offshoot of the general project which group one has done the general overview of it. But however, we understand your group has a peculiar demand to address in the project. So while we're taking you as an extraction of group one, you still owe your audience the politeness to say, okay, this is what we worked on, this is how we as a group also achieve what we achieved, and these are the results. So we can now understand with you, get what point or where your recommendations are coming from and how they can be applied, assuming we are the board of directors at Seattle Airbnb. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think what I want to say is a bit related to what he said. And it's more like, I think I'll just boil it down to the storytelling. So the second group did a very good job to bring all of the data. You know what? Not data analytics. Analysts. Thank you. So like some of the key terms are not things we are familiar with. The second group did a very good job. Like I have no questions. They took us through the whole thing, starting with the objective, and then their story was really good, right? And I think it's both like a blessing and a curse for you guys, because like it's a blessing because they laid the groundwork, so I have a good understanding of what the whole project is. But at the same time, they raised the bar really high. I'm not really sure what you guys' objective are, like what was the peculiar demand, like you said, that you guys trying to answer, the question you're trying to answer with your presentation. So I heard all the keywords you mentioned, but like how the whole thing ties together and what like the objective is at the beginning and how the recommendations meets that objective, I was not really clear on that, but everything else was really good.
Um, Good job to the team. However, I think I also have some concerns too. First off, I have issues. In fact, I don't have to remove my glasses because you're still reading the slides. The contrast was not too. Just go back. Swipe to the left. Go back. So your colors, I'm really finding it's hard to read them.
They're small or
Go to the next slide. Now, like this, there's a header on this premium demand? There are headers on the yes. I can't see. Then the legends on your charts. I'm struggling to read those write-ups too. So then go over again. Yeah, so I think I would also take a cue from what Mr. Ayo said. So the idea of presentation is you should actually take us through a storytelling. In fact, one of the key things we are marking here is storytelling. All right. I think your last speaker tried to bail you guys out, and then Mr. Salem did some, but there were loops. We were struggling to know what exactly it was your team was working on, right? But yeah, you made some comments, some good comments on what it was, but it wasn't as expected. Yeah, but the slides, other than the fact that the colors were not so daring or were not so okay, you were able to at least put in some figures. So you may want to work on storytelling, you want to work on the presentation overall, and yeah, I think that's it for me. That's it for me. I know you came in late, but I don't know if there is anything you want to add on. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, not to repeat what they've said, but then I looked at, I mean, I met the other gentleman, right?
Okay.
The one there, right? I felt somehow you didn't own what you were doing, right? Felt as if you borrowed it from somebody else, right? So it's always important you speak with some confidence. Let it be that I'm the owner of this project, so that we don't doubt who is even the owner of the project, right? Thank you. That's what I have.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, you've gotten the points, right? And I'm sure you also want to go back and do some corrections. But at the end of the day, so the idea of the whole capstone project is when you begin to apply for jobs, the jobs are going to be, we need people who are experienced in 2-3 years and all. For you, this is your experience already. So when they say, oh, we need somebody who has 1 year experience, you don't need to, and of course, we mention time and time again, you're free to say, yes, you did an internship with us at Speedlink. And when they ask you, what is that thing you have done? This is going to be it. And so when you do not have those things, just like they have mentioned, when you don't have those things, you'll be probably corrected and all, then you may find it difficult defending that project that you said you have done. Right, but in overall, I think it's a good one.
Alright, so thank you very much, guys. So don't forget to take home whatever corrections and uploads that we've given. And we look forward to having a better output in your capsule project. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's put our hands together. Group 6 is here, right? Alright, we have group 5. Next, Yusuf.
However, we need those positions for one. Just like I did 1, 2, 3, then I just go there 1, 4, 5, 6. So basically, since you got the next 4, so 4 that don't so you have.
Good morning, distinguished judge.
Yeah,
Yes, please. Okay, alright, you're welcome. This is group 4, right?
5.
Group 5.
Yes, sir.
So you've been with us from group 1 down to group 5. I believe by now you know the edge cases and what's expected from you. And as everyone else, you have just 8 minutes to give us what you've done, run us through it, and we're going to have questions for you at the end. Is that okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
your time starts now.
Good afternoon, distinguished judges and everyone present here. My name is Sokari Alali Rich, and I'm the team leader for this group. Today we'll be presenting our project titled Dynamic Pricing and Optimization based on Airbnb Seattle data. We use SQL to run this analysis, the listening, the pricing, and the reviews. And we try to identify key factors affecting the pricing and the availability. The problem we are solving. We are solving the problem of helping Airbnb hosts in Seattle with using data to make better pricing and better pricing decision. Now let's move on to our first analysis. We wanted to find out which listing have the highest guest reviews. From our slide, that there is our query. Like the query we want to have the top 5 most reviewed, select top 5 most reviewed listings. So Beautiful Guest Suite came out as the top 1, and it has the total number of 1,404 reviewed guests. We also noticed that Ballad has dominated the top position. That shows that listening with more reviews tends to have guest trust. Then the next slide, we also look at how many listings have 0 reviews. We look at listening with 0 reviews. Our analysis also find out 841 of the listings, representing 13.05 of all the listings, have no reviews. So in 1 of 8 listings are completely visible to guests, 0 reviews, 0 trust, and 0 bookings. I'll pass the mic to my next presenter, Mr. Goodluck.
Good afternoon. Continue from where my colleague stopped. I will take us to our next slide. Here the task we are tasked with here is to know if a higher price what is the effect of a higher price on the availability and vacancy of the host. And after analyzing the data, we discover that higher prices above average, like hosts with prices above the average, usually have more vacancy than hosts with prices below average or on average price. So we'll take you to the next slide. We are comparing, in this slide, we are comparing the increase in price compared to the standard listing price, compared to the standard price of each host. And we took 5 hosts as case study. From the data we got, we saw that all these hosts have increase in price daily compared to their standard listing price. And we noticed that Mint Julep, this certain hospitality host, have a surge price event. And what is a surge price event? It's a drastic increase in price due to high demand, huge reservation. And that might be because there was a festival or event going on in Seattle. So we encourage the rest of the hosts to copy from Mint Julep and start doing strategic pricing, whereby they take note of events and festivals happening in Seattle to amend and to boost their price for some days. In this analysis, we were tasked to calculate the average amount of discount, recorded by all the hosts compared to their average listed price. But we could not find the average amount of discount because from the database provided, there was no record of adjusted price. So making it difficult for us to calculate for the discount price. So we encourage that Airbnb CA2 should enforce adjusted price logging at platform level to enable us calculate for discount price from next database. I'll pass the mic to my next colleague. Okay, so you have 2 minutes left.
Good day, everyone. I'll be looking at the next slide. What do the number tells us? Now, based on this analysis, we can find out that we have some key points or some key findings. Number one is the review, and number two is the visibility of products. Now we have top listing have about 870 to 1,400 reviews. Zero review listing are completely invisible to guests. Why? Because the pricing was very high. We say about 13% are invisible. Out of about 1,400 plus review listing, you see that listings, we see that we have about 841 posts have zero social proof, meaning that there is nobody to speak of the product. There is nobody to say, oh, this product is trusted or is trustworthy. Losing money every single day and remaining unreviewed because of the high price high booklets. Above every price listing sits empty 30 days because there is no better pricing strategy. Dynamic pricing work. You see how the price coach just for mint Juliet because they already targeted or leverage on the festival that was to take place. We have data gap, Hunt's decision, not adjusted price, meaning that there was nothing like adjusted price to able to calculate the discount price. So this project talks about that it is better for the settle department to do what? To sit down, think about, and take advantage of festival or check on their calendar if there is any upcoming event so that they can target it or bring down their price in order to gain trust or to gain review before now setting a new price. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions, observations?
So he mentioned, what's the name?
My name is Idema.
You mentioned that part of the reason why a listing is not reviewed is why?
It's because the price was very high.
So is it that someone has not used it?
Sorry, sir?
That someone has not used it?
Is it that somebody hasn't used the listing?
So it's not that because somebody has not used the listings, because maybe somebody used it but they're not comfortable staying in the listing, like in their accommodation. So there was no reviews, like the person did not give any reviews when he
What I'm asking is, does that justify for price?
the price.
Now, sir, we have different listing. We have the above price and we have the average price and below price. We see that the below price got the highest review because the price was low.
I'm thinking you're trying to make this a price matter when it's not very necessary. I don't know if you get it.
Like a hypothesis.
Exactly.
Trying to state the fact that. Okay, so just to put in context what he's trying to say, you made a statement that because there was no review, people did not purchase, people didn't book because of the price, because there was no review. I don't know if that's ahead. So I think which your colleague now tried to assert that having no review doesn't mean that people did not use the hotel or the listing. It just meant simple. People did not make review.
Yes.
And people do it. It's okay to have people that did not.
Yes, there was no trust.
Trust. Okay.
Yes. It was not socially proof, just like what we said. Nobody, because of the property hiking, and people were not able to make inquiry on the product. So that's why you see that it was vacant.
I was trying to draw your attention to something that.
Okay, sir.
If you're going to mention price for the reason behind the review, you have to state it clearly, and that doesn't look like it's very clear.
Okay, sir. We assume that
hosts with a lot of review have more bookings than other ones without review. So, and for the ones with a lot of review, we notice that they have a lesser price than the ones with like the ones with the ones with more review have lower price than the ones without review. So we assume that the ones with no review have a high price, making it hard for people to book them. So we come to a conclusion that the ones with a lower price have more booking, as a result have more review than the ones with high price.
So there's a word you use now. We assumed. You should have started it from the beginning.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like
That
assumption.
makes more sense. However, the assumption was based on the fact that there was a comparison between
Exactly.
those
Right.
persons who did not review, but they had more earnings. Sorry, they had lesser earnings, even though they did not review. So the assumption was based on something, not that you were the one assuming.
Because we're following you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that makes a lot.
Any other questions? Because I don't think I have.
Yeah, I also noticed you said that one of your recommendations was that you would tell the host owners to put adjusted prices. So what if I don't want to adjust my price?
Why I made mention of telling them to put adjusted prices, because we have a task to calculate the discount price. And if we don't have a record of adjusted price,
Then it's simple to say there was no adjusted price. And you leave it there.
Okay, sir.
Not to recommend, I want to keep selling this for 2,000 naira. You're not the one to tell me if I should sell it tomorrow for 2,1 or 2,2. So it's as simple as saying that particular column or that particular thing, there was no adjusted price for that. And then you're
okay, sir.
I don't know if you get my point.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, you cannot, for just a question. When you are staying in an Airbnb, let's say a hotel, and you go to a hotel and they tell you that they charge 50,000 naira and that they give a discount of 10%, that is 40,000 naira. You cannot tell them that, oh, because your price is high, you should adjust it, because they have features that they put there for you, for your comfort. So you telling someone that has like a 3-bedroom duplex, an Airbnb, and someone that has like a service apartment, what they call it, self-con Airbnb, and his price is lesser, and that person, you can't tell the person to adjust to that.
Okay, we were not necessarily telling them to adjust their price to other, like they should compare their price with other hosts. What we're trying to say is that anytime, like if they are running a discount, maybe the host listed his price for $4,000 per se, then for a period of May to June, they run a discount, reducing their price to $2,500 for every accommodation. So we are trying to say that 1,500 discount should be recorded, so that when the database is presented to us, we can calculate for the average discount in case of the next database. That is what we were recommending for them. Let me read this.
Okay. I think that's all for me.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've had comments, you've had corrections, and all what you've heard. So in short, to put it in at heart, so by next your capstone project and all you require to get it done, you know what to do, what to find, and all that. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you. So yeah, you can play your hands.
So I just created the next
So just to be clear, after now we have taking a 15-minute break. So after we have the group 6, we'll be having a 15-minute break. And after that we convene to have full stack and multimedia. So group 6.
Good day, everyone.
Okay, you can get started.
Good day, everyone. I'm Wana Simeon, and we are the Insights Analysts. With me and my presenters is Ebi, Amadike Queenet, Hefziba, Kenneth, and Brian. Today we'll be presenting our Airbnb business analysis project, focusing on host performance, licensing compliance, reviewers engagement, and revenue analysis. We used SQL to analyze data from Airbnb listings, pricing, and reviews table. And we used techniques such as join, group by, case statement, and aggregate functions. And we generated meaningful insights from the data. So each presenter will be analyzing and explaining their questions, their SQL queries, their recommendations and results. I will now pass over the mic to the next presenter.
Thank you, Wana, for that intro. Yeah, we know that every business is meant to generate profit, exists to make profit. So in this Airbnb listings, we looked at the top hosts by revenue. What were the hosts that generated the highest revenue? And using the SQL query, like she said, we saw that Vince generated the highest total revenue of about 6.5 million, followed by Blue Ground generating 4.6 million, and Seattle Vacation Home generating about 2.7 million. Now, what was responsible for this high performance, high revenue? It's not necessarily the total listings per se. Vince, that had the highest revenue, had just about 90-something listings, while Blue Ground even had greater. So what was really responsible? We wanted to know whether it was because of the policies that they were compliant to or not. So we went ahead to see that Vines generated the highest total revenue of 6.5, and only a small number of hosts contributed significantly to the total Airbnb's revenue. So it shows that high-performing host strategies should ensure that they are policy compliant. Now, for the next analysis, we looked at host profile analysis, and we went with Stan. We wanted to identify and evaluate the business implications of a single host listing, because we found out that Stan operates just one listing and contributed about $54,000 in revenue with no recorded license at all. So we wanted to see whether licensing, whether those listings that were compliant with policies like licensing generated more. And we saw that Stan, with just one listing, generated about 54,000 in revenue. Now, the missing license may signal incomplete compliance data, and the 2015 review suggests that limited recent activities were found. Because they were not compliant, it may mean that some people may not really trust them to go into that Airbnb space. So what do we do now? We need to verify Stan's listings, license, and then confirm listing settings and keep host records complete and current to ensure that all Airbnb listings were license compliant. So I'll pass on to the next reviewer.
Okay. Because she has a point I want to make.
Alright, now, so I'm going to be talking about the percentage of listings without a license. And for this, we got something interesting, because Industrial District have over 100% no license, and also South Lake Union with about 84% no license. Now, what does this mean? This means that these areas or properties in these listings will face high regulatory risks if enforcement increases. So now, what do we have to do about it? There are actually two things we could do. One is that when getting a property, we should make sure that the license paperwork are done properly, and also
And also, if we also want to invest in any properties or listings, we should also watch out for the listings that their paperwork are done properly, like Georgetown and Holy Park. So for this, but getting a listing or getting a property, you don't just check about the proper listings, and or we also need to know about the reviews, the reviewer engagement. So I'll pass it out to the next.
We also decided to assess user engagement and their behavioral pattern, and we're able to achieve that by executing this query, and this was our result. So this chart here shows our top 5 most active reviewers based on their review activity, in the sense that these 5 persons here have written the highest number of reviews, with Logan having written the highest number of reviews, 65, across multiple listings. So in the actual sense, we can use the feedback gotten from those active users. We can use their feedback to determine the strengths and weaknesses of these hotels, thereby generally improving user experience. And it can also help in promoting Airbnb algorithm. So I'll be handing over the microphone to Mr. Tony.
All right, hello everyone. So basically, we're comparing the licensed and unlicensed listings. So before we got the amounts of the licensed and unlicensed listing, the query here shows that we use the case statement to classify the licensed and unlicensed listings, making them licensed. We having the licensed listing. Let's use like a building, for example. We're giving building A licensed listings and giving building B licensed listings, unlicensed listings rather. So we use the sum to join the listings table and the pricing table to get the amounts of licensed listings and unlicensed listings. Why we use the join rather together. Why we use the sum to calculate the whole amount we have in the licensed listings and unlicensed listings. So basically, what we generated from the licensed listings is 163.3 million rather, and the unlicensed listings was $47.6 million. So basically, this gives us the knowledge that the licensed listings generated about 3.4 times more what the unlicensed listing generated. So the licensed listings rather are the main source of revenue for the.
So you have just 2 minutes.
The licensed listings are the main source of revenue for the Airbnb, but not removing the unlicensed listings immediately, because if you remove them immediately, they might distract the revenue generation for the business. So then we are to give the unlicensed listings a little period of time to get licensed, and after that period of time, if they are not yet licensed, we have to remove them from the table. Then I will be passing the mic to the next person.
Good day, everyone. So, we'll be looking at our recommendations and conclusion. Basically, what we are looking at is how to sustain compliance and also how to protect revenue. Now, we have unlicensed listings and we have the licensed listings. From our query, we noticed that licensed listings actually generate more revenue than unlicensed listings. But even generating more revenue than unlicensed listings, we still have a good revenue coming from unlicensed listings. So instead of us just scrapping them out from the Airbnb listing, we create time for them, give them a specific date, a deadline where they can actually meet up being licensed, and after that period, even after the date has been created, we follow up with them to make sure that they are in compliance, and any listing under the Airbnb that does not get licensed after this deadline, then we can actually remove them from the Airbnb listing. And then Airbnb listing should work together with the city of Seattle to also ensure that there is a laid down principles. It actually has to be favorable for these hotels so that they can get licensed instead of scrapping them out from Airbnb listing. Then secondly, we actually need to make these unlicensed listings know why the licensed ones are making more profits than them. Now, if you look at Vince, for example, Vince made more profit than every other listings. So we actually make them understand that, okay, there's actually something to gain, like keeping them into their algorithm. For example, for our reviews, when we have reviews for hotels that people patronize more, we actually make them at the top, we keep them at the top, make them in favor of the algorithm, so that whenever anybody comes into the city of Seattle and they search for any hotel that they need, those listings, those hotels with the top listings, they actually come out, and then they'll actually know that, okay, it's because these people are licensed. That is why they are having more guests from other countries or other cities coming into Seattle, and then these hotels are being recommended for them. Now, these hotels in question should actually make their guests know that there are rooms for reviews. These reviews actually help us. So there should be a body where they actually comply to this to these reviews. Drop your reviews, your honest reviews. How was the hotel? What was our customer service like? What was our manner of approach to guests and all that? And then lastly, we actually look at giving unlicensed hosts a clear reasonable deadline. Then for the neighborhoods with both high percentage and numbers of unlicensed listings, we prioritize the compliance risk for them. Like I said earlier, you make it suitable for them to be able to get licensed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, I don't know if I have to do.
Okay. I think the last person almost bailed them out. But then I have a question. Why do you think people still patronize the unlicensed listing?
Okay. Why people still patronize unlicensed listings? Mind you, this licensed and unlicensed thing has to do with the city of Seattle and Airbnb listing. Like in Nigeria, here we have bookings.com, and this bookings.com is just like the Airbnb listing, and we have Nigeria. So Nigeria is the city of Seattle, for instance. Now, people patronizing unlicensed listing, they don't know that these people are not licensed. There can actually be a platform where there is a distinction between licensed and unlicensed. For instance, if you go online, in some like Jumia and Temu, for instance, you see people giving their reviews. So they're actually supposed to be a listing where they know that this hotel is actually licensed and this is unlicensed. Now let's look at comfortability and pricing. That is actually another thing for guests to patronize unlicensed listing more than licensed listings.
So, I was listening to your recommendation, right?
Yes, sir.
Which was that you give them a certain amount of time to get their licenses, right? Now, so let's say we are going to work with this, because I'm looking at this data now to make some sense, right? Now, assuming, because I run Airbnb like the company, right? I don't want to lose those guys, right? I'm giving a business case as we Airbnb not losing the unlicensed listings. I don't want to lose them, right?
Yes, sir.
And you are recommending to me that I should give them time, right? The second recommendation you gave was that I should go work with the government, right?
Yeah.
To make it favorable for them. Now, because I'm thinking part of this is like a real business case.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that's very adoptable? Something that works easily?
Okay. To me, it can actually be adopted, even if it's not very easy. That's why I said you give them grace and make them understand why they should be licensed. Now, you create opportunities where they know that whenever a hotel is being listed in the city of Seattle, they should be among the 5-10 or among the first 10 or the first 5 because they are licensed.
So have you ever struggled to, even when government gave you a deadline to do your NIN or something, you still didn't do it?
Yes.
It happened to you?
Yes, it has. So in that situation, I believe when you actually put down these laid down principles and it's something they can comply with, they can comply with. I mean, a number of them, there definitely not everybody, but a good number will actually get licensed. So we know that, okay, even if the entire revenue is not being gotten at the end of the day, a good number of it is actually still coming in. And then there should be a lay down principles. There should be a form of follow up that, okay, this is what you guys are supposed to do. This is the deadline. This is what is going to happen when you don't keep up to this compliance of a thing of getting licensed.
So just to summarize, my emphasis is that if you're going to give recommendations, let them be very practical, something very doable, right? So that it's something that can be easily adopted. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's not really a question per se, but since they are the last group, the first group, they did a summary or an introduction of what the project was about. So I was expecting them as the last group to round it up and give a summary of everything they said, because it was just a single project they were giving. And they shared the questions to each group. So I was expecting them to give a summary of the whole Airbnb data set. That's it.
Alright, so
want to
do it. Did you have something to say with that?
We actually didn't prepare for it, but we worked together, so we have seen all what the groups did, working on the total revenue generated, the listings that had the total highest revenues. Then we also looked at the neighborhoods that generated those revenues, and then we saw the compliance rates and all of that. We looked at the reviews, that the guests, gave, and where those reviews were coming from, which Airbnbs or listings had the highest reviews, and what were the reasons for them having these high reviews. So generally looking at the whole Airbnb in Seattle and their listings, we've come up with several recommendations which we feel that when implemented, the business will run better. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. You heard from me and you heard from us. And so whatever you've got to make changes on, or you need improvement and all what you've got so far, just put it up to your next project and let's see. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we'll be taking a 15-minute break.
Yes, I apologize.
No problem. It's a pleasure having you. Thank you so much. the same. You have 25 minutes in total. The first 10 minutes, you have 3 minutes to introduce yourself, your team, whatever you did, and all that. In the next 7 minutes, you have the option of going deep dive, giving us your approach, telling us about demoing what you did, your approach, your methodologies, and all that. And after that, we have 15 minutes of question and answer, comments, and back and forth, and all that. So we'll be starting now with the full stack track. So everyone who is part of this project will have to go outside for the presentation. So we also with those who are presenting in the presentation. So if you're full stack, you're expected to go out. Yeah. So we have to go with first. So just before you start, I'm going to get you through with an introduction on who our panelists are. So I'll be starting from, I'll start from Ms. Blessing. She's one of our tutors with data analytics. So she'll be with us. Mr. Ayo is a tutor for UI UX product design class. He's also a product designer. Ms. Ruth, she's media head at Silicon Delta. And we have Mr. Cletus, who is the head of General Talent Lead here at Speedlink High-Tech Solutions. So, General Talent Lead. And then we have Mr. Gosu, he's the Managing Director of Silicon Delta Innovations Lab. And then we have Mr. Friday, he's a full stack tutor, also a full stack developer. I guess we're familiar with. And we have my humble self, perhaps, academic operations, Speedlink Institute of Training and Technology and Innovations. So we'll be judging you based on what you've done and the parameters that were stated earlier in the morning for those of us who were at the first presentation. So we'll be judging you based off those parameters, and we hope you do well. So don't forget, you have in total 25 minutes. You have the first 10 minutes, 3 minutes is for you to do your introduction, and the 7 minutes is for you to give us a brief on what you've done. And then we'll have to query you and preview what you've done for 15 minutes. And so, with that being said, all right, so your time starts now.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rachel Abiali, and I will be presenting for the web development team. So picture this: Mr. Kevin just lands in Port Harcourt, and he's excited, he's hungry. He's looking for a great local lounge. He goes on Instagram, he sees stunning pictures. He books a ride, spends an hour in traffic, and gets there only to find out that this business has been closed down for 3 months. Or worse, they have a 20K hidden fee charge that was not on their website. Welcome to Local Spot. So Local Spot is a platform connecting tourists, expats, foodies, residents looking for hospitality and cultural spots. Navigating a new city in Nigeria should not be a hassle. Next slide. So our pain points include time. Most people waste time.
Hold on. Don't worry, your time is full.
Okay, most people waste time trying to book a spot, going through scattered social media handles, defunct phone numbers, and unverified addresses. So that's one of the pain points. This leads also to trust deficits. Some platforms lack localized verification, fake listing, outdated pricing models, and some platforms also have infrastructure blind spot, like they don't tell you what matters: 24-hour, 24/7 power supply, booking policies, etc. So why did we build Local Spots? We built Local Spots to unify booking platforms. You can book reservations from your accommodation to local spots in the area to your restaurants and your cafe just on one platform. So it's a unified booking platform. Also, verified data, operating hours, direct WhatsApp links to these businesses, and verified prices. We also have inbuilt map. So most people have this, they've experienced Google Map leading you to a place that is at a dead end. So we have inbuilt maps for integrated turns and directions. Okay, our value proposition, why we win. For the end users, it eliminates wasted trips to closed or relocated businesses. So if we're telling you this place is here, it means in real time it is there, they have not left. Tailored filtering by category, neighborhood, vibe of maybe the local spots that you want to visit. And instant bookmarking, favorite itineraries without complex account creation. For the local businesses, targeted exposure to their clients. We're bringing their business at the doorstep of their clients. Verified trust and direct customer routing to WhatsApp, Facebook, their booking engines. Okay, our marketing opportunity. We see that in West Africa now, most people are coming in because of our music, our local food, our fashion, and this platform is going to be just right for the market at this time, including Dirty December. We all know that. The visibility trap, we help put most of these local businesses out on the media for these people to see them. Most businesses struggle with poor visibility on global sites, and we help put them out there and create a huge appetite for dedicated local discovery. Okay, our business model. We expect them to pay a flat subscription rate to put them on different categories in our website. We have top tier categories, we have the normal ones, so it depends on their premium, on their pay. So we put them on premium featured listings. Then we'll also have strategic brand partnerships with some of the top travel itineraries and sponsors. Okay, for now, this website is front end. So we have less maintenance fees.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. And the website is very easy to use, very fast. It doesn't lag. So finding a local spot, finding hospitality, finding culture spots, being able to book accommodation and reservations in new cities in Nigeria should not be a hassle, and that's why local spot is here. Thank you.
Okay. Where is... Alright, so I think I'll go first. I'm sorry. Yeah, so where is the site?
It's posted on
Can we see the site so we know?
It looks like
Like load it, not a screenshot.
People plan on this to become like a project demo, that's to show the live view of
yes,
Yes, we have the website live already.
Please let's see the site. I think
It's on the platform. It says it. Local sports, hyphen, Sage, S-A-G-E, yes, Sage, dot Vassell, dot local sports, is there internet connection? Local sports, hyphen Sage, dot Vassell, dot
okay. This is different from what
It's not different. The design had like placeholder information, but the live phone will not have placeholders now. You could just pause. It's not different.
I know because the design you guys had like yellow everywhere, and this one is more balanced. So I don't know. It's looking like it's contradictory to what you guys.
Not really. The part of the contrast was like you said was like the screen.
Yeah,
the screen
the
filter.
color contrast, the fonts, and
yeah. I'm talking about the yellow you just
yeah. Like this one is looking laid out.
very fine.
So check the mobile view.
The what?
Mobile view.
Mobile view.
Okay, like for responsiveness.
Yeah. They're using the
control shift. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Okay, so do these things have to occur like an infinite scroll? So I saw this during the product design, but I was like, let me see what the design, the final build would actually look like. Because this infinite scroll looking structure locations is not really looking nice. I don't know if you get my point. So the list of locations is just going down. And so if I'm on my phone, I'll have to keep scrolling and keep scrolling. I don't know when it ends. So it becomes a UX issue, and it's from your side.
I get what you're asking, right?
You get what
But yes, but that's too tough as a price. Which way you can just ask him next to you.
Okay, so first of all, we are scrolling fanatically on Twitter, and we don't complain. Okay, but now back to business account. This is the mobile version of it, and I think I called out this issue when we spoke. I requested that we could have something like the pagination.
Pagination?
Yes, for the mobile view.
That you told me all your tasks.
No, I told you. I mentioned it together with the category page.
You mentioned the category, but there was no mention of pagination.
So, still, it's a design issue and not an implementation issue. Because I believe the designers they should be able to tell when the content is too long and when it should be broken into sub-pages.
Okay. So my response to the question, I wanted him to do his own first, was because this is an MVP. With more time allocated to the entire project, there will be more time for more features. So the reason that we did not, because the deliberate decision to not include the pagination was because there was not enough time to include all of the features. So for MVPs, every category has like 4 from the design, so just like 4 places per category. So there was room for pagination. So with more spots or places added to the sites in later updates, the pagination will be for the design now. Yeah, so that was why I was not added.
So, because for mobile now, I think what would have been more appropriate is that side scroll. So like if you come to, I don't know what this section is for.
It's like the landing page.
This like the, yes.
This is landing. Click on any of these.
Yeah, it should take you. Like if you come to cafe now, you should have just maybe a side scroll like 2, and then see more to take you to
a carousel.
Yeah, it should have a carousel. A carousel. So like a view more or see more should take you where you have the listing paginated keywords. Now I'm not referring to it now. I'm referring to the so you have the response paginated. So but let's see.
So far so good. You have been the one asking the questions.
We're asking you the questions. So sorry. So please, back to you guys. That was like for you. So so you said you just have the front end built. Yeah. Okay. What did you use in structuring your front end? What step was used?
It's a React-based application. Yeah. So basically, we structure them components by components, so we can reuse a particular component. So, for instance, if you click on the Royal Hotel, it will take you to the detail page of the Royal Hotel. So we don't want to have a scenario whereby we have scroll up a little bit. Sorry. Just scroll up. Yeah. Okay. So we don't want a situation whereby we start building detail page for individual sub pages. So we want to build one component and reuse the components across multiple pages and just change the information that it renders. So we also use Tailwind CSS in course of the styling, and then we use Lucid React for the icons. And then we use React Router to route in between pages for easier scalability.
The back end has not been integrated.
No, for now it's just the front end base, but we look forward to integrating a back end structure because the application is going to be big. So we look forward to integrating a back end structure for authentication and other sub features that will be included in the application to enable users have a balanced booking platform.
Okay, thank you. For me, that's all for now. Question? Later. Let's scroll up.
Okay, so part of what, so I want to ask, is it everybody that contributed to, or just a specific set of persons that?
Okay, like I said, we built component by component. So we had the front end team who worked basically on putting the pages together. So each person built a particular component, and then we were able to compile everything and make a single application, and then push the application to GitHub, where it was deployed from GitHub to the live, which is the URL we are using now to view the live site.
Okay. So everybody had something.
Yes, everyone has an input.
Also, which part of the project as a whole, now you're looking at the project, let's say you have more time to perfect it, which part, or do you think it's perfect like this?
No, it's not.
I need some other person to speak. Thank you, because it's a team work is, yes, because I'm also grading you guys on teamwork.
Please, I didn't get a question.
You have 2 more weeks to work on this project now. Is it perfect as it is now? Is it perfect, or what do you think can still be done to make it better than it is now?
Well, in terms of improving the project or making something much more better and unique, I think we can make use of maybe might not be a better framework. We can make use of some kind of language that might make it much more easier to work with.
Okay.
Your voice is deep. So it's not bad, just speak out.
It's more audible.
Yeah, and apart from that too, we can also try as much as possible to reduce the loading source of each page so that we don't load everything all at once. And basically we made use of React, which made that much more possible. But each developer working on a single component should try as much as possible to limit the amount of whatsoever that loads on a single page so that it could be more faster for user to work with.
Okay. And you also made mention that just the front end people did worked on, right?
Alright, yes sir. In terms of the backend, we have to make use of a package JSON file. Now a package JSON file is like, let's assume a Word document holding the lists of each and every one of these hotels, cafe, and all of that. So from the package JSON file, we handed it over to the front end where you're able to extract each of the data and implement it into the development.
Let's say I want to publish it now. I have someone that said wants this to be implemented now. I have the funds readily available for this to come to life. Will it be possible to bring it to life? All those handling, how to handle authentication, handle this and that. Can you?
Yeah, it's very possible, very possible. But you talked about authentication and all of that. At some point, you might need the back end, you might need a database too. Okay. Yeah, but basically like this, you can actually take it live. It's currently live on the internet. It's live already. So in terms of making it much more like a real world project, you need to get a domain, because the domain we're working with is like a free one. So you need to get a domain, and also in terms of that aspect of we talked about hosted sites. We talk about security or something like that. Yeah. In terms of that, you also need to add some extra plugins to make that much more easier and effective.
Okay, thank you.
But is it responsive? Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Got a
create.
question.
Yeah.
The site has a feature, the favoriting feature.
Yes, you do have, yeah.
When the user favorites a place,
Okay.
that database is stored. Is it on like the front end or like the back? When they come back, that's the maybe like 2 days after. Do they still see their list of favorites?
Okay, at this point, I'll say it's kind of integrated on the front end aspect, not really on the back end. But you actually need a database at some point. Now, if you can try it, I'll just try the favorites feature.
So just like
Please, bro, just try to like one or two of these stuff. And apart from that, each browser has something they call a local storage. So whenever that local storage keeps track of both cookies and all of that. So whenever you click on this, even if you refresh the page, because it's being stored on your own domain, it keeps that record.
But if I clear my cache, all of this disappears.
Yes. So you can try it and
That's
click
for
on
this prototype now, right? It's not something that maybe the full website now. I now have a website this now. Once the person has, like you said now, some of them you put it, you take it as favorite. If I leave and then come back, that's gone.
It doesn't go immediately because of that local storage on your browser.
What
It's
I'm
maybe-
saying is that
Okay.
let's say now this is like this is a website now.
Yes.
With the back end, that's what I'm saying. With the back end now, you understand what I'm trying to say?
I'm getting
Yes, with the back end. So I've ticked some of them as favorite places I would love to visit. I now close my browser and then maybe flush the cache. Everything is done. If I come back, will you still work as it is before? Or don't you think it should work?
Okay, I actually got your question. If you actually close the browser and clear up the cache, all goes away. So we can do a futuristic later, a much more advanced development, whereby we integrate each user needs to have an account, maybe an account whereby he will log in, and after logging in, by that time there should be a database actually. So actually holds whatever activity that user actually does. Yeah.
Why is your footer like that?
That's what's on the design. That's what's on the design team.
So if I implementing what the UI UX guy is designed,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
Why could they rate it as a consent then? Is that how the footer is meant to be?
Because we had an issue. You guys presented, I think, the thought now. So I think Mr. Nosa wanted to bring up this because it would have been better we see the implementation of their design. Yes, so we'll be able to. But it's okay.
So please, you still have you asked a question?
No. Okay. The first presenter.
Please, sorry, before you ask a question, just take the mic to the random back. Someone should catch the someone should please catch the bouquet. No, not the back behind you. Give me. No, I want you to do this. There's someone from that side to catch the bouquet. Okay, you've been talking for so long. Thank you.
Okay. The first presenter made mention that Google Map can mislead us, and this one is different. So I want to know. I know that on Google Map you might not see cafe, hotels, and all that. I want to know the key difference, like why this won't mislead someone. So what's the key difference between this and Google Map? I'm asking my question based on what she said.
Sorry, ma'am, please repeat your question.
The first presenter said Google Map can mislead us, but this will not do that. So I want to know what's the key difference between this and Google Map.
Okay, the key difference between this and Google Map is that this particular one will give you the exact location of the place.
How? What map?
Yes, because if you actually click on the direction now, it will take you to the exact place, like the area where the hotel or the cafe is located. But using Google, if you use Google Map now, Google Map might give you so many, like if you type, let's say room online, it might give you so many places that's in room online. But if you just click on there, it will take you to the exact place. That this is where, like the place now. This is where the place is located. The exact spots. But Google Map might show you so many the place. Yeah, so that's the key difference between this and Google Map.
But you're still using the Google Map API.
No, what I think what he's saying is that someone verifies the location before attaching
Yes.
to that place.
Yes.
So the coordinate has to be the person now that is in charge of the app, the person
that is verifying the location.
Exactly the one answering it for
Actually, please go.
What we wanted to know is how we implemented that.
Yeah, because I want to know if what you're using is still Google API, right?
Exactly.
So if you're still using Google API, two things are involved. It's either you're using verified address, which is the hint he has made, or you built your own map API, this thing that helps you get accurate location coordinates. Hold on. Now, if you didn't build from scratch, what gives you an accurate location, then you're using Google API. So which reverts back to the first question. You're still using Google and you're accusing Google of misleading. So how do we trust what you're giving us?
No, what I actually said was that Google, for instance now, if you actually type a particular place on Google Map, one name can give you so many places. That's on Google Map. Like if I type Speedlink, it can give me Speedlink here and Speedlink in another place. Yes, that's for Google Map. It gives you a general direction. Yes. But now on this website now, it gives you the coordinates. Like we use the coordinates of each of the cafe or the restaurant or the attraction.
I think the right thing to say is you get the actual location address provided, because this address you're using are the same with what is available on Google My Business.
Yes.
So if I search Asian Town, you see the browser already automatically picks my IP address, gets my location, and streamlines my search based on my location. That's why if I'm in Nigeria and I query something on Google, it gives me locations that are even local to Port Harcourt. But if I change my IP address to somewhere in US, you see my browser automatically changes to US 30, anything I search.
So what you just said now is not far from what I said. That's why I said it makes use of the coordinates of each of those places. Yes.
I'm trying to establish the fact that you're still using the same.
Yes.
Yes. That's it. Any other?
I think he should be the one failing this entire team. Yes, the team did a good job, and I think one of the things about presentation is that you listen. Right? It's important to listen. In as much as they're trying to make us know you did it, we also want to see how you receive what you're being told as well. Right? Because what he's saying now, it doesn't seem like you have gotten what he has said.
Yes.
He practically gave you a hint, gave you the answer, but you were trying to defend what you were saying instead of writing what he said.
So now you're going to pay him to teach you.
Sorry. While they were asking you a question, I noticed that the plus 21, those are images, they are not showing the extra images. Please can you just open any of these? That plus 21. The other images are not showing.
Okay, so please
Another person.
Okay, I think she had something to say.
Can I make?
Should I just make all my remarks?
Let me just clarify something. So this team, how I built them was I have some set of persons in charge of the development, and I also have the team responsible for data collection and the person that is in charge of deploying. So he is in charge of the development team, whereas the other person is in charge of data collection. So if you make someone that is not part of development team answer a question related to that. They will not really.
Sure,
So
the
the
instructor has
second
come
one
to
from data
rest.
collection that answers the question.
Not sure. Masha.
Is it the same person now?
Yes.
But you said they are groups
Yeah,
now.
they are groups. He is part of the data collection.
So another person from the data collection should answer now to show that they all did it together.
So that's
I think you're picking your friend.
Yeah, picking people that actually did the job.
Okay, so sorry, I did not get the question. What's the answer?
She was asking about the extra 21. Like, she wants to see all the 21 photos. Right?
Yeah. Basically, it's most likely a design issue.
Did you work with the design team?
Me?
Sorry, like the team that built the development team.
No.
Did you work with them? Who
We
else
kind
worked
of
with their
work side by side.
No, aside the okay, give him.
Yeah.
Are you not part of it? You are part of them.
That's clear.
Okay, so the question is why the 21 is not.
Please, can you ask the question?
It's not clicking. It's not showing the remaining 21 pages, pictures. Sorry. So while I'm not saying it's a development issue because if that is the case, we can actually do it. But the thing is that when we were building it, we were like scrapped for time. So collecting 21 pictures now for each and every single one of the hotels was it wasn't really possible during the time frame we had. So this is just basically like a placeholder. Okay. So like when we have the remaining 21 pictures, we will add it and then to become clickable so that we can see the remaining 21 pictures.
Okay, so don't you think since you don't have those things, wouldn't it have been better not to even add it?
But yes, I will not argue about that. It's fine, yes, but we were basically trying to add like it's a prototype. Okay. So we are trying to basically build it.
They gave me.
Yeah, like to build like the finished look now, just to give like a polished, finished look, even though it's still a prototype.
That's good. So, but then if you wanted to do when you click on it, you would have created another page that would be like
like 404
something,
page.
something is coming soon or something like that.
Okay.
But well done. Sorry. That aside, that open now, is it linked to the time? See, they beside the amount. Okay. So I had to go and check the time that people had. I was saying 5 p.m. to 2 a.m., 5 p.m. to 12, and what's our time now? But if I saying open now, so I wanted to be sure.
Okay. So basically, is the question is okay. The time now has passed 2 p.m. but it's still showing open now when the time on the website is 2 p.m. Okay. Yes. That issue now is because there's no back end. Everything right now is basically just static. It's just on the front end. So there's no back end to actually read the time and like actually determine if the time has reached for the hotel to close. So all of this is just static for now.
Yes, well done. Oh.
So can someone give us an understanding why we don't have the back?
Okay.
If I to answer that. So currently the track is a 6-month program, and we have only reports for 2 months. And each of those months there is a set of modules that are meant to report. So we haven't gotten to that back end yet.
Okay. Amen.
So, then the site is it's lovely, well done. However, all these white spaces, why are they there? Then this is just recommendation. You can go and work on it afterwards. Then that your buttons about room suites, amenities. Why not try centralizing them or because now there's extra space, as I said, there's nothing there. Even these amenities button.
So, can I say something?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so while we're taking note of the things you're saying and the things you're mentioning,
Yeah.
we'll also refer back to the guys who made the design, because basically we implemented what we saw. This is the structure on the design. So if the design team can redefine from what you're giving us, of course, which we are taking note of, we'll have to go back and then re-implement it. This is just an aspect to what we have. There's still a lot more to develop in this project. And when we integrate the back end, there's still so much to explore from it. It's a 1 in a million application, because a lot of other websites, they have just one aspect of booking, majorly maybe an apartment booking like Airbnb, for instance. Okay, but this one is giving you a unified feature where you can book both a hotel, you can book a cafe, you can still book an attraction center, okay, and a lot more, a restaurant. Okay, so basically someone can just come here and book all of these things at one go, which of course like simplify the process of using the internet.
I saw a business model presentation, right? Can you go there? Someone presented business.
Yes, the very first person presented.
Yes.
Can you go to the slide?
Yeah, the slide. So what I'm asking is, I'm not asking you to explain the business model, right? Why did you have to share the business model? Because what I'm looking at now is, I'm assessing you more on what you've built, which is the front end now, right? So if you pull out that business model, why did you put it in?
Okay, sorry. What part of the business model did we pull out? The premium.
No. I don't have a problem with the business model itself.
Okay.
But I'm only assessing you right now on the front end, right? That's what you have available.
Yes, sir.
Good. So, but here you have a business model.
Yes.
Right. So, question is, why did you bring it in?
Oh, okay. For that, basically, this is what we want to do in the future. We have plans to integrate this. But for what we work on the front end, we worked on what we saw from the design team. So we cannot go beyond that scope to start building this. But we can give them this idea so that they can design a business model page for us with these integrations, and then we go back and then we develop them into the application.
So it means you are giving the design team what they should be doing too?
No, we are not giving them what they should do. We are giving them an idea of what they should design, and then we'll go back and develop.
Okay, because I was about to hold you. You have been blaming them for many things.
The question I have is very similar to what he asked, because I was also confused with this business model, because it looks like out of the scope of what the full stack should concern themselves.
Exactly.
If there was like a business track that we are teaching students for hand, this would be what they would handle. So I actually wanted to ask why you guys included the business model when the only thing you should have concerned yourself with was just like building a site and making it live.
Okay, for that we didn't want to be limited with our scope of presentation and what we have in mind. Okay, so we want to just sell out what we have in mind and what was designed initially. Okay, so this is like a prospective future we can invest in the future, while we already have something we are working on right now, which is the front end we have.
I mean, just for case study references, right? Next time, focus on what is the matter at hand.
Noted.
Right.
Noted.
Now, that's not to say this is useless. So that we can actually vet you properly.
So, sorry, you were saying for that my question, you were saying the design team were at fault. Did you notice it? The white space and all. Did you notice it?
Yes.
If you noticed it, why didn't you tell them?
The thing is, it was given to us, and we figured maybe it was already an approved design. I mean, it wouldn't have come to us if it wasn't approved.
But you know the
So where I would hold you now.
In fact, they just shot a lot of
Right. Well done for the presentation. Well done for the work you've done so far. Also have in mind that this is a MidTerm project. You are not expecting you to be perfect at this point. Your tutor has said there are still modules, there are still things you can learn So we're just looking at how you understand what you are doing, what you've done so far, how you are able to explain it to us here. So what I would say is you take what the panel, everybody has said here, take note of it and hope to improve so that when you are doing the final defense, it will be better on. All right.
Thank you very much. Noted.
All right. So thank you so much. There are still a lot of questions, but we can't ask everything today. So my advice for you would be look critically as developers. We're like 2 plus all of you developers there. So yeah. So when you say the site is fast and he spoke to me, I was like API fast. Wow. I didn't know it was just running. So yeah, so let's maintain our scope. We mentioned bookings. I didn't see the booking feature, the payment feature, and so a lot of things are out of place. So when you go back, look into it, look how to finish up and how to get ready for it. Final capstone project presentation. That's okay. So guess that's all from here, and that's all from me too. So thank you very much. You can.
I mean, just to give a general comment, I must say I'm impressed with you guys. Yes, especially because the first guy, I don't know him, don't know why. Yes, your composure seems like you've been doing it for a while. Yeah, and it's a fantastic one. That's all.
So thank you very much. So you can use the door to exit and multimedia.
All right, thank you guys.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong.
So good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it.
Okay, sir.
Quickly take a picture.
Are we recording now?
I need your laptop. Pictures. Let's just take a picture. Ivy, where is want to take a picture? Should break first. Yeah. I didn't want to see.
I don't want you to be shame. I don't want you to say to you, I don't want you to shame. You know that pay come. So that's all. You're working with your already. You never think to happen. I said, this boy, I think he could heal over. Something you can that's what I stand there. Man, I don't see how. So, no, that they do multimedia. No, they do multimedia. I sell to the printer. This is media. This one. Yes. This one. I don't know his name. Daniel.
We have one person. He was here.
He was there. It was. Then I guess like, no.
It's supposed to be a skill. It's not make a little more easier.
Well, we don't have references to the topic.
You know, they're going to question us what we don't want to see.
a, a pleasant topping for all we've gone through today.
Or bottom pot.
Yeah, bottom pot experience. That's what we are hoping for. So you have 10 minutes in total, 3 minutes for introduction, 7 minutes to tell us what you've done, how you did it, and what you hope to achieve with what you've done, or what you've achieved with what you've done. So let's try to be time conscious and let's work with being the time limit. So who's going to be speaking?
Yeah.
All right, so your time starts now.
Good afternoon, distinguished panel members.
Sorry, hold on. Do you have a slide?
No slide.
Why no slide?
I have a demo.
You have a demo video. All right, go on.
Why not copy my phone? It's fine. What if I'm bringing it back?
Good afternoon, distinguished members of this defense panel. My name is Daniel, and this is my team. We are from the multimedia track. So before I start my presentation, I would like to ask a very upsetting question. Who is the GOAT of football? I'm asking those that watch football.
Messi.
Yes. Messi.
Ronaldo.
So Elijah number of people say Messi, but there is a disruption that there is Ronaldo. We just concluded the World Cup. We had that argument again. Even if in 2022 they said the debate has ended and one man has been declared the GOAT, we still have the argument today. That's because there are media stories about these two people that speaks to the emotions of their fans. And so some people are willing to die on that hill that this person is better than this person. I'm saying this to say that media is a storytelling tool that shapes mind and shapes even cultures. Some people have regarded other people as racist just because of the news they see online about those people. Those things might not necessarily be true, but the media have so been able to tell the story that those things are believed. I'm saying this to say storytelling is a very powerful tool. And as a multimedia team, that is what we look to do. We want to tell a story that shapes the way you view things positively, if I might add that. In our midterm project, we worked on a marketing video for a training institution. The goal of the video was to show that these students have had experiences learning in this infrastructure, learning in this training team, and they have been able to go through those experiences. And while learning technical skills, they have been also able to build relationships. And how did we achieve this video? We had to plan, we had to dissect, we had to write scripts, and we had to come together, use different tools to tell the story of one particular student. And we'll show you now in our demo video.
being in sports, philosophy department, precise. Yes, so I'm a creative, like I love designing and I love being innovative. Why did I choose Speedlink? Because for me, I think they are the best so far. I think I've learned from them before and I love what they did and I learned a lot from them. So that's why I chose them. So far, my learning experience. So I've been very good. I've learned a lot. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kwame Nigeria from Akwa State, graduate of Uniport Philosophy Department, precise. Yes, so I'm creative, like I love designing and I love being innovative. Why did I choose Speedlink? Because for me, I think they're the best so far. I think I've learned from them before and I love what they did and I learned a lot from them. So that's why I chose them. So far, my learning experience has been very good. I've learned a lot concerning UI UX, how to go about it. And I know I'm still learning more, and I know I'm still learning more. I think my own challenge I thought I have faced, I was able to overcome because of I have like the best teacher that can put me through when I have an issue or a challenge. Yes, I'll give a shout out to my teachers, to my friends, and my colleagues or classmates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our demo video. I could take you through the process of how we went through that video, but I will leave that as the questions from you. Thank you very much.
That was it. That was it. I think I'll let Oran have any question. Okay. You said the video is what?
It's a demo video. Okay, it's a marketing video.
Market. So, like, who is your primary audience? Because I learned something that the average time someone is scrolling through is that TikTok or Facebook. That time, so you have to have a hook so that the person will stay. So, with a part of the things you put into, because if someone looks at the video, you just scroll past.
Okay, so the reference video from which we made our video was more or less a YouTube video. So I would I would not necessarily consider it as a platform where you are scrolling and
So it's not
you
a marketing video. Like not a video that I use to run ads. Is that what you're saying?
you can use it to run ads. The end goal of this video is to show what we are doing at the training center that we are marketing.
Also, the tools. Can you tell us the tools you use? Another question.
Okay, so for the video, in order to achieve the video, we start with what we call the pre-production stage. So as the name goes, pre-production, at that stage we plan, we organize, like we are going to get a very good location to shoot the video, plan what we are going to shoot, like to write a script down, and then after that we are going to then move to the production stage. For that particular video, we made use of visual techniques such as the medium shots, we had b-roll footage, and then we also had yeah, those were what we had on that video. So this shot helps one or helps our viewers to be able to get or to be able to have this interest to watch more. For example, if it was just the girl's face all through the video, one might get tired of watching. So those b-roll footage help one to still stay intact with the video, to stay to the end or to watch to the end. So after that part, after the production stage, we move to the post-production stage. That is after we've recorded everything. at that stage. For the record, we have mini clips. So on that post-production stage, that stage there, we select the best footage. We are going to clean the video at that stage, and then we add background sound if necessary and text if necessary. Then we export.
So now is more like a recommendation. I don't know if this is how it is for you, but the background sound was at the beginning, it was like overshadowing what she was saying. Like I was hearing it more clearly than what she was saying. So it was kind of clashing. So maybe you like reduce the sound a bit. But overall the video was very
Noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I liked the video, although we didn't get to watch consistently and flow with it because of the interruption. Is it possible to play it again? Okay.
Without interruption.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Omar from Akwa State, graduate of Uniport's Philosophy Department, to be precise. Yes, so I'm a creative, like I love designing and I love innovating. Why did I choose Speedlink? Because for me, I think they are the best so far. I think I've learned from them before and I love what they did and I love, like, I learned a lot from them. So, like, that's why I chose them. So far, my learning experience has been very good. I've learned a lot concerning UI UX, how to go about it. And I know I'm still learning more, and I know I'm still learning more. Because for every minor challenge I thought I had faced, I was able to overcome because of I have the best teacher that can pull me through when I have an issue or a challenge. Yes, I'll give a shout out to my teachers, to my friends, and colleagues or classmates. Thank you.
Yeah, the video is actually it's quite professional. It looks like a proper documentary shot. Yeah, like
But it was short to enjoy.
yeah.
It would have been a bit late. I thought more was coming.
Enough more they won't be able to present. But I think the video was neat. It comes with a documentary kind of approach. What did you use in your video editing?
We used Adobe Premiere Pro for the
Adobe Premiere Pro. What did you use in? What did you use in? Is it video in or?
Okay, we used a Nikon DSLR camera for shooting footage. We used the Holy Land clip mic for the audio. So we recorded the audio and video separately because there was no mic on the camera. So in post production, we were able to sync both of them together and clean the sound.
Also, some observation, I saw that the text on the screen is small to some extent. So maybe we can make it better. I understand it's a midterm project that's shown that people have really been learning and I can see the progress. Also, I can see, I think the start of the clip, there is one portion that the audio and the video is out of sync. So you can work on it. Also, sound is always very, very important in what you are pushing out there. If your primary objective, like this now, the clip, the primary objective for us to hear what the person is saying, because the person is trying to recommend something. It's not as if you are showing us pictures, like trying to build the audience mindset that you are telling the story through picture. This one is somebody that is giving an interview. You have to make sure the audio is clear, very clear enough for the people that are doing to see, not the background sound being too high and all this. Overall, it's a good one.
Thank you very much.
You have any remark? Okay, so thank you very much. So you're our last for today, and moving forward to next week, we'll be hearing about your capstone project and all that. So I expect you to pull out your A games and give something better. You've done the first 3 months, you've been able to come up with this. The question is, what would you be able to come up with after the next 3 months? And that's what really matters now, because after the next 3 months, you'll be done by October. Technically 3 months, technically, but you just have 2 months. So let's see what you come up with. I hope you're able to wow, not us now, but the market out there who will be ready to have it. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll take the picture so everybody can.
Are you sure that I see that? Most of them must have.